Well, good morning. Welcome to something a little bit different this morning with Zwift Games 2025 starting later on today with stage one. Obviously 5 stages over the next 27 days roughly. Each stage is slightly different. And I thought today, why not, with the Flamme Rouge Racing Tour Series finished, why not jump on and give you a run through of all 5 stages in one ride. And we'll start with stage 1, which is going to be Makuri Madness. Loading that up now. We're coming from Makuri Islands. Makuri Madness is stage 1 of Zwift Games 2025. You'll start in the race pens, which are just behind me, and you'll join the course and lead out here. The Makuri Madness stage 1 is a sprint race. It's 16.1 kilometers in length, 88 meters of elevation, and you will get 1 aero boost as you cross the start finish banner. How you use it and where you use it is entirely up to you, but that will be your only power up for this race. The stage 1 is going to be available to you from the 3rd of March at midday today in the UK until the 6th of March. So you've got 3 days to complete stage 1. Just another note as well, doesn't matter what bike or wheel set you use, because they are all neutralized in Zwift Games. So whatever bike wheel selection you choose makes no difference to you in the Zwift Games. This being a sprint race over 16.1 kilometers, I expect it to be full energy, high tempo from the start, quick pace for all categories. Need to get in those wheels, enjoy the fun, and push hard to the finish line. As you can see by the map up in the top right hand corner, fairly flat looking course, weaving through Neokyo. Like I said, it's 88 meters of elevation in this one, so it is predominantly a sprint. We've come through the AK streets, done the alley sprint, taking a left-hand turn here. Now taking the right-hand turn out towards the harbour. Another right-hand turn, going to take us through the arcades in a minute. Another left-hand turn, still remaining fairly flat on this course. So with the Zwift Games, it's your finishing time that matters to you. Obviously, all racing categories are available. Events are running every hour through the Zwift companion app. You can sign up to the 5 different stages when they're available. This is stage 1, goes live later on today. I think for the UK, starts at midday and then is available from the 3rd to the 6th of March. This one's classed as a sprint race, 16.1 kilometers, 88 meters of elevation, 1 aero boost for you to use whenever you wish. You get that as you cross the start finish line at the beginning. Bike choice doesn't matter. You can select any bike as they are all neutralized in Zwift Games. And I believe you can do it as many times as you want. Try and get your best score as well. So there's a different option for you. If you're not happy with your time, come back into another time slot and try again. But as you can see, this course is just looping around in the AK streets. Done a third of the elevation already in the first 5K. So these 5 routes are all new routes that have been added for Zwift Games 2025. This one, Makuri Madness, around the AKA and the Makuri Islands. Not quite sure where it's finishing. We'll find out, but as you can see, not a massive elevation gain on this one. As a sprint stage. Stage 2 is also a sprint stage. 3 and 4 are classified as climbing stages. And the final stage, the longest one, stage 5, got a bit of everything. Already warming up in the pain cave. About 0 degrees outside, frosty morning here in the UK. Up early, got the dog out. I could get on this at 9 o'clock for you to try and ride all the 5 stages before Zwift Games kicks off at midday, but might be a struggle. I've underestimated how many kilometers it would be in total, but at least stage 1 will be finished before it goes live in the UK. See how many we get done for midday. I don't know if you've ever noticed that Neokyo is always dark. Hence, I guess you get the all-new Neokyo all-nighter. But never come into this world and it's been daylight. Always street lit with neon lights and stuff. Quite cool. Especially the arcade when you go through there. This bit here, probably the first gradient we've had at 3%. I have a funny feeling we're going to leave Neokyo in a little while for the gravel tracks that lead us out more into the beach resort in Makuri Island. The race started just the other side of this park on our left hand side. That's where the race pens are for this segment. We've currently done full loop of Neokyo, and now we're going to head out Urikazi. That's how you pronounce it. Which will give us the descent down to the beaches, I believe. Normally in races you do this the other way around. You come up from beach levels down there, and the finish line is just behind us normally. So in a new circuit, we'll see in a little while how and where it ends, but basically if you're a bit later joining the stream, so I'm doing all 5 stages of the Zwift Games 2025 in one ride to show you what all the courses are like. This is stage 1 sprint race on the new course Makuri Madness, 16.1 kilometers in length, 88 meters of elevation. You're going to get 1 aero boost at the beginning of this event over the start finish line or the start line, for you to use whenever you wish throughout the race. And the other thing to note is my favorite topic in all my Recon videos, the bike choice. Doesn't matter in Zwift Games. All bikes are neutralized, so whatever bike you ride makes no difference in the 5 stages of Zwift Games 2025. So choose what you wish, whatever you feel most comfortable on. It makes no difference. So as you can see here, just starting the descent now. In your race, it's probably a good time to tuck in, get a bit of recovery in, get as much draft as you can as we come down through here, and then you're going to have 5 kilometers to go when we get to the flat, and you're going to have about 37 meters of elevation left to do, which, looking at the map, there's a little rise towards the end. Nothing too drastic, but just think about your aero boost. If you've held on to it all the way, it might be handy for your sprint finish. It might be handy coming down the descent of that little kicker towards the end. Entirely up to you. I think I'd probably try and hold on to it right until the end. 5% gradient here, but quite short. Race pace probably wouldn't notice that one. Now we're coming out onto the sunny beachfront. Just your eyes from the darkness of Neokyo. A 4K to go. Definitely going to be losing my jacket in a minute. obviously entirely up to you if you go for these sprint segments. I don't think they're in play. I think Zwift Games 2025 is all about how fast you do the coursing. So it might be that people sprint these to try and get away with 3 kilometers to go. But every race category, I guess every time slot will be slightly different as well. So we'll see how your race is going. $3K to go, 30 meters of elevation left. Taking the left-hand turn now, over towards Mech Island. With a 4-5% gradient there, getting quite short. You wouldn't notice it in your actual race. So here you go, 14 kilometers in. This is the start of that final climb. Little 3% to start with. Slight downhill in this blue section. This is literally a loop up round on yourself to get to that wooden bridge above us. We're just passing under now. Starting off 2-3%. Gradually building as we start the loop round on ourselves. Quite hard in the wheels on this bit. Stay with that group. You want to be in contention when you get to the top. It's getting to just under 6% at its steepest bit. Nearly at the top now. Final little kick there. 6.4. Back into the yellow segment. Bridges. Finish your climbing. All in all, that's 0.6 kilometers. Probably averages around 3-4%. Now you've got descent, which will lead us down towards the finishing straight of this one. Down the descent, 0.8 kilometers to go, over the bridge. left hand turn, and then the sprint banner along here will be your finish line. Stage 1. To recap, Makuri Madness, stage 1 of the Zwift Games, classified as a sprint race, 16.1 kilometers in length, 88 meters of elevation, 1 Aero Boost given at the beginning for you to use whenever you wish, and all bikes are neutralized. It doesn't matter what bike and wheel set you use. And stage 1 is available from the 3rd to the 6th of March. That's stage 1. Hopefully get my route complete. So, need to come out of this now. End that ride to show that I've done it. That one's saved up. Get the legs spinning. But it saves. And back in again. Probably an easier way of doing this, I just haven't found it yet. Wait for everything to pair up. Right then, scroll up on my load stage 2. Right then, stage 2. Starting the race pens just behind me. When you cross this banner, you're going to get a draft boost. So stage 2 is on the Scotland Smash course, 18.1 kilometers in length, 167 meters of elevation. You're going to get 1 draft boost to use whenever you like on this course. And again, bike choice doesn't matter because they are all neutralized in Zwift Games to make it a level playing field. So ignore any power-ups that are on the screen. I'm not using any just to make it easier. So, but the power-up for this one would be a draft boost. This one in Scotland, we take in the Clyde Kicker, the Champion Sprint, all featuring this one. Stage 2 is going to be available from the 7th of March to the 9th of March. Again, available every hour. Different time slots, different race categories for you to jump in and do as many as you like. For anyone joining the stream, I have done stage 1 already, but I've had to come out, save it, and move on to stage 2. So this is the Clyde Kicker, 5% at the bottom, slight respite in the middle here, and it goes again. If you're doing this stage, highly recommend that you warm up before, because these come quite early on in this course. As you can see, just over a kilometre in, you're taking on the glide kicker. So, like with any Zwift racing, make sure you get a warm-up done in the Zwift companion app. There are a couple of 20-minute warm-up workouts there. Are really good to get the legs fired up and ready for any racing. So do check out the warm-up workout. Here, 1.8 kilometers in, another 6%. As you can see, momentum's carrying me over that one. Now a few rollers through the streets here. And this is the bit where the attack went in the Worlds in Glasgow a couple of years ago. I was fortunate enough to ride the UCI World Grand Fondo age category event that I qualified for up here a few years ago as well, which was really nice. But last year, or 2023, or was it 2024? I can't remember. Whenever they were in Glasgow. But this one again is classed as a sprint race. A bit more elevation than the stage one. Elevation sort of double really. If you have got any questions or anything, then either drop them in the chat, or when the video and the stream's finished, drop a comment and I'll answer it to the best of my ability. The reason why I'm doing this today is because probably not going to be able to do all the stages of the Zwift Games due to being out of the country for some of it. But if you do miss a stage, don't worry, because there is sort of mop-up session at the end where you can complete whatever stages you've missed. So I will tell you more about that when I finish stage 5. Morning, Phil. Yeah, legs not too bad. It was a long old day yesterday with 45-mile team ride out on the road, and then I came back and did the stage 9 of the Flamry's racing individual time trial, which I tried to do as a zone 2, zone 3 ride, but all in all, 75-mile day yesterday. At the end of what, 9 stages in the Flamry. So hoping this ride today, or rides, 5 of them, will loosen the legs up. I'm going to take my rest day tomorrow away from the bike, probably do more stretching and mobility stuff tomorrow, and then Wednesday morning stage 1 of the dirt racing series, which I will live stream. I think it's 10:45 UK time. Recon for that is out on my channel, and yeah, so a busy week, but here today to bring you all 5 stages of the Zwift Games 2025. Say in one ride, I'm not leaving the bike, but I'm having to come in and out of the various races, stages to get to the next one. So I think the link is in the description to this video. Obviously each stage will be on my Strava or on my Zwift companion. Head over there, follow me, and you'll see these 5 stages on there. So this one, the Scotland Smash, is stage 2, sprint race, 18.1 kilometers in total, 167 meters of elevation, 5k in now, just starting to ramp up a little bit here. Nothing too drastic, too freaky, but race pace will be going quicker than what I am at the moment in the group. Not too taxing at the moment. Looking at this, looks like we're going to head out onto the break fast and crit course that we did in the Flamry's racing. So these courses themselves are not new courses to the Zwift world, but obviously new routes around existing worlds, which is nice. The Scotland Smash I did last week is did one of my training sessions on it just because I was badge hunting and it was a good distance for what the work I had to do. So 5.6k in now, over the top of that. Gonna get a bit of flat or a descent. After using the map in the top right hand corner, see where we are, and also try and use the heads up display when it comes up as well, just to give you a feel of the elevation gains that we're coming into. About to get a descent now, which will take us down to the very fast and crits loop, probably before we climb back out, I would have thought. So over the last 11 days, I've obviously done the Flamry's Racing World Tour Series, 9 races, 11 days. Really appreciated everyone jumping on the chat, supporting the channel, supporting me in those races. It does get me motivated to bring you guys new content, new ideas. If there's ever anything you think you want me to do, obviously within reason, I'm always up for a bit of a challenge. Having done the virtual Everesting 2 years ago, I'm always up for a little challenge. It'd be nice to get some challenges done this year in the real world as well. But I will continue to use Zwift throughout the season when I'm racing outdoors. Sometimes it's really handy to pop in and get sessions done when I'm short of time. But if there's anything weird and wacky that you'd like me to do on the channel, then just drop me a message. All my links are in the description. Instagram, Zwift Companion, Strava, they're all there. So if you can think of anything, then just let us know. 7.5 kilometers in now. A little 8% here, just bringing us to the top of this little climb. We have another little yellow section, which is probably going to be 2 or 3%. Obviously, you don't need to worry about it because the heads-up display is gone, but it is 3% around this little loop, through the archway, and then you're going to get another bit of descent. Racing this, pack those rises, try and rest in the downhill sections for using the draft to your benefit, and get yourself in contention. You can see how I did that in stage 8 of the Flammeries racing in Yorkshire. At the beginning of that stream, I wrote myself off saying, oh, this isn't a course for me, too hilly, probably get dropped on the first lap. And believe it or not, probably one of my best Zwift races I've had. I fought hard on the climbs, stay with the group, and I was there at the end to be able to try and challenge for a podium at the end. Unfortunately, falling just short by 0.02 of a second to finish 4th, but really I managed that race really well. Rested where I could in the draft, pushed hard on the climbs. Yeah, up to stage 8. If you want to check it out, videos there. Breakaway Bray then. This is a 0.6 kilometer little 2% dig. It's got a little rise in the middle before it flattens out a bit. Every race is different. Some might use this as an area to attack, try and get away. Some might not. Some might just sit in and wait until later. But you're going to have that one power up available for you to use when you wish on this one, which is your draft boost. So you can see the northern lights there, just in the distance. Nice little feature. If the heads-up display was not there, you'd probably see it better. Unless it's aliens landing, obviously. But up over that rise. A little bit of respite. Over halfway now on this one. Half the elevation's done. Just to recap then, this one, stage 2 of the Zwift Games 2025 sprint race on the Scotland Smash, 18.1 kilometers in length, 167 meters of elevation. You're going to get one draft power up given at the start banner, and then your bike selection is irrelevant in Zwift Games because all bikes are neutralized, so it's a level playing field. And stage 2 is going to be available to you between the 7th and 9th of March. So a few days to get that one done. Obviously, if you're not happy with the time, do it again. If you're not happy with the time, do it again. Doesn't appear to be any restrictions on how many times you do it. You're looking to achieve your best time, so might even have to put the fan on in a minute. It's getting a little bit warm in here. Sun's up outside, still frosty out there. Scotland looks sunny as well today, look. Noticed a few people gone out to get training camps done. Ed Laverick is out in Tenerife. They had rain yesterday. Posted about it on Instagram, which is not a good sign because I head there in 2 weeks' time. But looking at it, it was just a midday shower. Some of the local lads that I know from Primera race team, Luke and Sean and a few of their team got a training camp down in Mallorca. They had rain yesterday as well, and my teammate from League RT, he's out in Spain, Calp, and Joe had rain out in Calp yesterday. To be fair, the photographs I saw of him riding out there looked more like Cairn and Chippenham than Calp with the clouds, but hopefully guys, all the sun is shining for all of you out there, and you're getting the training camp that you want in some sunshine. But got a few weeks to, 2 weeks to wait. Looking forward to it. So 12k in now, coming down towards the roundabout. Dodge all these glowing little things. And we are going left here. I'm guessing we're going to head back into the Glasgow street. We've only got about 60 meters of elevation left today, just over 5k to go. Nice steady 3.5% here. Going to flatten out. Left hand turn back towards Glasgow then. We are then back into the Glasgow street. Looks like we're heading back towards the Clyde Kicker again for the second time. Featured just over a kilometre into the first one. Yeah, we're going to turn this right hand turn. Going to be the Clyde Kicker, which you do in the first kilometre of this race. Make sure you're warmed up and ready for the start of this race. into that 8-9% here, push to the top, you see the banner there. Not bad, an improvement on the first time I did it a minute ago. Get some rest in the wheels here in your race. Like kick around this corner, up and over that one. Carry the momentum into that, you'll be fine. Still holding on to your draft boost, just think about when and where you want to use that. 4K to go. Looking at the map in the top right hand corner, looks like there's going to be a kick up towards the finish. So just think about the power up. Get some rest in where you can, sitting in those drafts. Getting some fluid in. Don't come off on this bend into the barriers. Sure some pros have done that. Mentioning no names. We have a little ramp that we've got about 20 meters, 25 meters of elevation left to go on this one. 3K to go, stage 2. Champion sprint there in Glasgow, under 3K now. The finish is going to be away from Glasgow. Looking at this now, I think we're heading away. Heading towards that break fast and quick course again. It'll be interesting to see what this little finish is going to be. Like I say, even though I've already ridden this course, I didn't really pay much attention to it. So we've got 2Ks to go. We take that left-hand turn, head out of Glasgow, and head back out towards the castle on the hill. Sure, there's a song about that in there. 1.5K now. trying to work out what the finish is going to be. I wonder if it's going to be up in that castle somewhere. Not much elevation left, only 16, 17 meters of elevation left. So obviously I'm not going to get the route badge for this one. I've already done it. Like I did on stage 1, I got the route badge. When I did it last week, I didn't even think about doing these 5 stages in one go, but it was sort of suggested to me about reconning these 5 routes, and then I was like, let's ride all 5 back to back in one ride. So here I am, final kilometre to go at stage 2. Stage 2 in the Zwift Games 2025 is a sprints race on Scotland Smash. It's 18.1 kilometres in length, 167 metres of elevation. You get 1 Draft Boost Power Up given at the start banner to use whenever you want out on course, and your bike selection and wheel selection makes no difference in Zwift Games 2025. The stage 2 is available from the 7th of March to the 9th of March. Jump over to Zwift Companion, choose a time slot. They're running every hour. There'll be something for everyone. So, over the top of here, down through the roundabout, and you can see the arch in front of us. And this will be stage 2, Zwift Games 2025 completed. $100 meters to go. People will open up that sprint for glory. And that is stage 2 Scotland Smash done. So just bear with me as I end and save this ride, so it's available for you all to see on Zwift Companion. Log back in. Let everything set itself back up. Keeping the legs spinning. I said it was going to be one continuous ride. Everything's there. Let's go. And back in. We are now stage 3. Stage 3, you're going to start in the downtown Watopia race bend. Are behind me. You'll come down the ramp and join just where I've started this ride. Obviously, the routes aren't available as events or anything yet. It's event only, so I can't start any of these in the pens. But this is stage 3. Another one you're going to need to warm up for. Stage 3 is classed as a climbing stage called Downtown Eruption. Obviously starting in downtown Watopia, and by the Eruption we're clearly going to take on the volcano climb in the middle of this course, hence the big map with the big hill in the middle. So 19.9 kilometers in length, 275 meters of elevation. Your one power up for this one is going to be an Aero Boost Power Up, given at the beginning as you cross the start line, start banner. Again, bike selection is irrelevant. All bikes in Zwift Games 2025 are neutralized, and stage 3 downtown Eruption will go live on the 10th of March to the 13th of March, running every hour on the Zwift companion app where you can sign up. Again, another course that you're going to need to warm up for. You don't want to be tackling the Zwift Com on cold legs. Not good for you. In Zwift, there's some good 15-20 minute warm-up workouts you can do to get yourself race ready. Maybe look at them, add them to your workout list, and you've always got it there. Jump on and do before any race. We come up the Zwift Com. We're going to take a right hand turn, do the bypass of the Com. Go in behind the Zwift statue. And then head out towards the volcano. The stage 3, identified as a climbing stage, clearly got the volcano Com coming up in the middle of it. You've got that first part of the Zwift Com to do, or hilly Com as people call it. Then you're going to get a slight descent. We head down here. And if my prior knowledge is any good, we're probably going to end up doing the flat out to the volcano, and then volcano Com, volcano descent. Trying to work out what the finish is going to be, because that's on a climb as well. So maybe that'll be on the Zwift Com at the end. But we'll see when we get there. We're going to take this right hand turn here, which is going to lead us up over the S's back towards downtown Utopia, and then we'll carry on left through the glass tunnel and out towards the volcano. So the S's themselves, this one, probably the steepest part of the S's. Coming in at 2.7 kilometers, you got coming up to a 6% gradient. Remembering these, at these climbs, get some draft on the blue sections and yellow sections. and then attack the ups again. Get yourself through these S's. Hoping you're liking the content today. Obviously something slightly different. Apologies if you're joining late. I have already done stage 1 and stage 2 of the Zwift Games 2025. This is stage 3, climbing stage called Downtown Eruption, 19.9 kilometers, 275 meters of elevation. You're going to get an Aero Boost Power Up at the start line, and your bike selection is irrelevant in Zwift Games 2025 because all bikes are neutralised, including wheels, to make it as fair as possible. Stage 3 is available 10th to the 13th of March. All the details are in the description of this video, but as some of you have already seen, at the end of every stage I have to save it, come out and go back into the next stage. So although it's not showing us one continuous ride on my screen on the right, I've not left the bike. I've continued to stay as one ride and try and talk you through them as best I can. Part of me didn't think how long originally this was going to take, but I'm here, getting it done. This is stage 3. I think this is like the furthest stage I could get to before I went away. I could have done the first 3 and I would have struggled with the last 2, but if you do miss any of the stages throughout the Zwift Games for whatever reason, there is like a mop-up session at the end where you can jump back on and complete the ones that you've missed. But as you can see, this course started in downtown Utopia. We started the Zwift-com or Hilly-com, took the bypass in behind the Zwift statue, descended down towards the Roman villas. We've come over the S's, through the glass tunnel here, towards the volcano. And as you can see by the map, in the top right corner, we're going to do the full volcano bomb, which is quite topical as I'm off to Tenerife and Mount Haiti, which is also still a volcano, although it's not erupted for hundreds of years. So we're going to climb the volcano com on stage 3, which is the first climbing stage, after 2 sprint stages. Luxury then of the full descent, and I'm still trying to work out where that finish line is going to be, with a rise at the end like it is. But I'm guessing 14 kilometers. We'll find out. Anyone want to have a guess it in the comments? I'm thinking Zwift-com, but it might be too steep, I don't know. But yeah, anyone else got a thought on it? Drop it in the comments. Any questions? Chuck them in there as well in the live chat. Mic's open. I'll answer them or type them back to you. And go from there. This stage 3 is 275 meters of elevation in total. I'm guessing most of them, we've done 70 already, but most of them is going to be climbing the volcano. Volcano, easy for some to say I know. Tom does have a slight, like 1 part, 2 part to it. The bit in the middle that eases off. What goes again. Try and highlight that as I ride it. What I probably will do as well after this live stream, I probably will edit and condense this live stream down to individual stages to make it easier for you to view as well. But for now, the challenge was all 5 stages in one ride, which, having completed Flamme Rouge World Tour Series yesterday, shall be fun as we move through these sections. Like, looking at my previous times on the Volcano Comp, nearly a month ago I raced it at some point because 7 minutes 45 probably would have been within a race. Steadier pace today, probably somewhere in the region of 11-12 minutes. Get it done today for me. Not been too bad on time then, so we're about an hour and 15 into the stream. 2 stages completed. On stage 3 now. Hopefully this stage we've done within less than an hour, hopefully, fingers crossed. And then the 2 stages to go after that. This is the bit where I said the Volcano Comp has a little bit of a respite. Get a slight descent here. It goes again. Another slight respite in the blue. And then that bigger blue section. Bit of a plateau for a while. Or the second part where the Volcano Comp kicks in. Little things like that when you're racing. You can target getting through those sections, trying to get some draft on the blue bits, even if it means busting the gut, stay with the wheel in the final sections like this yellow bit. You will get some draft boost or draft benefit from riders in front of you going down the other side. You'll be able to soft pedal a little bit and go from there. Up to the right there, what's that coming out of the ground? Is that Java Island still? Those 2 big rocks. Java Island, or is that something new that's coming in the future? Zwift. Could be a spoiler alert. Heard it here first. lost all bearings as we've gone round and round. So a little bit of a respite here, a bit of a plateau coming through the volcano itself. So out on the other side, this is the final push to the top. Volcano Comet itself, 3.8 kilometers in length, the 3.2% average gradient. About managing your effort, staying within those wheels, drafting where you can on those blue sections, get a breath back, get some fluids on, whatever it may be, before you start to push on again. When you get to the top, you get the fun bit of going whee, all the way down the other side. Put the effort in, you will get some respite on that descent. See, using the heads-up display, these are in sections, sort of 5%-ish, 4-5%. Blues are your respite. Yellow, generally up to about 3%. And then reds are the steeper sections. Like on stage 8, I think, of the Flam Rouge Racing Tour in Yorkshire, we hit some 20+ sections, which were definitely red, and I was definitely in the red, but still buzzing about stage 8 of the Flam Rouge Racing that I streamed a few days ago. Definitely one of my best races on Zwift. Having joined Level Esports Racing probably October last year, definitely come on leaps and bounds with my Zwift racing, with help and guidance from so many knowledgeable people in our Discord community. So if you think about getting into Zwift racing, want to be part of a cycling community and race for Level Esports Racing, then link in the description below to the Facebook page. Got something for everyone. We've got races across all time zones with multiple teams, all ages, abilities. Got really strong women's teams as well. Level Esports are hosting a women's only race on International Women's Day on the 8th of March. That's available on Zwift Companion as well. But like I say, whether you just want some social riding, be part of ladder racing, team time trials, Zwift Racing League, Flam Rouge Tour Series, you name it, someone will race with you. There'll be teams available and everything. So check out the Facebook page, drop a message, come join Level Esports Racing. I've enjoyed it, not looked back. And if you look back at some of my earlier videos, I was just starting out then with Level Esports. Started the channel just to document sort of my return to Zwift racing, to motivate me through the winter months with my winter training. And I've gone on to build a good network with lots of people all around the world doing Recon videos for different tour events, Zwift Racing League, Dirt Racing Series starting on Wednesday. Yeah, all good. Well, chatting to you obviously made me do far better than I thought I was going to do on that. That's a Zwift Com done. 10.2k in, we're over the top. Got a circle round it, making sure it doesn't erupt, and then we'll do the descent. So in this race, you're over halfway now. Just getting my iPad to open. Got your fingers now. So yeah, just to recap on this one. This is stage 3 of the Zwift Games 2025, downtown Eruption. Started in the Watopia race pen, climbed up Riftcom or Hillycom to the bypass, in behind the statue, descended down towards the Roman villas, where we took a right-hand turn over the bridge, through the S's, and rolled in through the glass tunnel, the base of the volcano. We've then climbed the volcano com all the way to the top. Now we're going to descend it all the way back down and see where it takes us from there. So this is downtown Eruption, 19.9 kilometers in length, 275 meters of elevation. At the beginning of this one, you'll get an Aero Boost Power Up over the start line for you to use whenever you want throughout the course, because it's the only power up you'll get. Like all stages, you're only ever going to be given one power up at the beginning, and bike and wheel choice has no bearing on this event, as they are all neutralized. So lovely view there of Watopia as we make this descent. I've never really studied the surroundings, I've just always come down, but there's clearly other things coming out of the water all over the place. Maybe Zwift is going to have an expansion later on this year, because there's definitely some big rocks over there that come in. Anyway, stage 3. This one's going to be available to you between the 10th of March and 13th of March. And if you can't do it between those dates, there is a mop-up at the end where you can catch up on any segments that you've missed. As you can see, I'm not doing these stages at the moment in what I would class as a race pace for myself. I'm a average category B rider. I think in the old categories, I think my Zwift score is 600, maybe a little bit higher now with the tour series just done. But yeah, just to give you a rough idea, I think most of these stages I've averaged around 200 watts. gives you a rough idea of how long it'll take. We've got 6k to go on this one. Using this downhill a bit as a respite, as I've still got 2 stages to go. Banana. My sponsor would tell me off for not eating enough when I do these rides, drinking enough or fueling right. I do listen to her, but she is on it with her nutrition. So I have my protein, I have my supplements, try and fuel as best I can, hence drinking more. Probably doesn't show in the stream, but my cycling jersey is drenched and stuck to me. I haven't put the fan on yet, probably because the garage is still quite cold, and if I put the fan on now, it's just going to make me cold because my jersey's wet. But it's all good. Means later on that I've got to keep on top of my fluids, get hydrated, salts back in my body, and get on top of it really. So we're back down, 15 kilometers done of stage 3, just over 4 kilometers to go. We're going to pop out the volcano in a minute, go past the climbing portal on the left and roll round. I want to say we're going to head towards downtown Watopia, and as no one's commented in comments where they think this one's going to finish, I'm going to say Zwift Games as its climbing stage. So I reckon in a minute we'll turn left, go through the glass tunnel, descend down into downtown Watopia, and finish on the Zwift Games. That's what I think. I might be about to be proven wrong. Looking at that map, that's what I'd suggest. First bit right, left hand turn through the tunnel. When we come out of the tunnel, probably a left hand turn down through downtown Watopia, which will be that flat bit. And then we're going to say Zwift Games. Before anyone says anything, all I've got in front of me is the companion app on the Pain Cave iPhone, and I've got my iPad open on the notes screen, which is literally the course length details that I've been telling you that I've written out, just to remind me. I don't actually have the route laid out in front of me. They're all available on Zwift Insider, these routes, with more details, but hopefully this video is giving you an insight of where stage 3 is going, and obviously stage 1 and 2 earlier on in this live stream. They will all show later on my Zwift companion app as individual rides because I've had to end and restart the next stage, which is a bit annoying, but one of those things. But it's one continuous live stream, one continuous bike ride. So, in through downtown Matopia, we've got 55 meters of elevation roughly left to go, and under 2 kilometers. So, sorry folks, it is going to be the Zwift Com to finish this one. So at the beginning of this one, you do the start of the Zwift Com to the bypass, where you turn off and go round. This time, I think it's going to take us to the finish banner at the top of the Zwift Com, which will complete stage 3 for you, with 1.5k to go as we leave downtown Matopia. So the Zwift Com then, some people call it the Hilly Com, 5.6% average gradient, 0.91 kilometers in length. It's going to be the end of stage 3, climbing stage in Zwift Games 2025, and the end of the route called Downtown Eruption, which is 19.9 kilometers in length, 275 meters of elevation. At the beginning of this one, you're going to get one Aero Boost Power Up to use whenever you want out on course, as it's the only power up you're going to get. Your bike and wheel selection on any stage in Zwift Games 2025 is irrelevant, as they have all been neutralised and are not in play, to make it a level playing field. And stage 3 is available between the 10th and 13th of March. If you miss it, there is a mop-up which I'll explain at the end of this video, but for now, 10th to 13th of March will be stage 3 of Zwift Games 2025. Available on the Zwift Companion app, running every hour, 4 different categories. Find the right race pen, jump in, make sure you've warmed up before it. Like I said, that first kilometre you do take on the Zwift Com. Like with any racing on Zwift, I do recommend that you warm up beforehand. Look at the available Zwift warm-ups that are available. Some of them 15-20 minutes long, but gets you working through the gears, getting your legs ready to race. Definitely worthwhile doing. So, final 300 meters of this one. How are we doing on time? We're up to hour and 40 minutes nearly on this live stream. 3 stages done, 2 to go. The coach is going to look at my stats later on Training Peaks and go, "You did 5 rides today." Then I'll have to explain them all back to back. Probably have to explain that I did Makuri Racing Tour Series as well, because I might have forgotten to mention that one to him as well. But hey ho, that's a conversation to have. He just punished me when I go to Tenerife, wouldn't he? So this is stage 3 complete. Downtown Eruption. Route badge. Route badge complete. Let's just keep those legs turning. End this one. Save that one. Head back in. Oh. If anyone's wondering, I use Apple TV for my Zwift in the garage. I find it really useful, really good. A list of everything that I use is available in my Zwift Power profile. So, right then. Stage 4. Scroll my iPad up, let the screen load up. Obviously you'll start in the race pens behind me. For this one, stage 4 then. Stage 4 is the London Uprising. This is stage 4 for the Zwift Games 2025. 3 stages I've done already, as you'll see earlier on in this stream. And this is stage 4. Climbing stage again on the loop, London Uprising. 20.9 kilometers in length, 357 meters of elevation. Again, you're going to get 1 power up on this one over the start line, which is going to be the Aero Boost Power Up. The only one you'll get on course. Use it at your discretion, wherever you feel best. Like with the other stages, bike selection, wheel selection is irrelevant, because you will have all bikes and that will be neutralized for Zwift Games 2025 to make it as level playing field as possible. So it doesn't matter what level you are in Zwift, you will get not penalised for not having a different bike. So all bikes and wheel sets are neutralised, which is ideal. Obviously, being the climbing stage, I'm expecting we'll head out to the Surrey Hills, because London itself is pretty flat. Yeah, stage 4. Thanks for your comment, Lisa. Yeah, regretting your choice yet, or doing all stages in one ride? No, probably. I'm not at the moment. I've actually enjoyed the last 3 stages. I think this one's probably gonna start to hurt. Probably my timing wasn't the best after just finishing Makuri Racing Tour Series, where I completed all 9 stages. I think I finished about 60th in GC for my category. But happy with that, because that's my 3rd Tour Series on Zwift now in the last 5 months or so. and I have gone up a couple of categories in classification, so I'm happy to be where I am. Maybe next tour series I can push for a top 20 GC, but Lisa, to reply to you, not regretting it yet. Maybe ask me when I finish stage 4. Legs aren't too bad. 75-mile day yesterday, team ride in the morning out on the roads. It's really nice because I got to take out my new Scott Addict gravel with my Aero wheels on it, and it held its own with my teammates, so that was good to get that out in the sun. A bit cold, but then when I got back, I obviously had to do my individual time trial to finish the tour series, so that was another 30 odd, like just under 30 miles individual time trial. And although I didn't do it flat out, still did a good zone 2, zone 3 ride around it. But yesterday afternoon was purely sit down, relax. Had amazing food cooked for me to get my energy levels back up. Recovery leggings, massage gun, the works. Yeah, they're a bit heavy. Tomorrow, Tuesday, will be a rest day. Probably plenty of stretching in that tomorrow and tonight. Tomorrow, just probably extended dog walk, get some fresh air, and then ready for dirt racing on Wednesday morning, stage 1 of the dirt racing series. Racing in the Atlantic time zone. That'd be fun. Although it's Petite Douleur course, which is 2 climbs of the Petite Pom, that alert. But anyway, stage 4 of Zwift Games 2025, London Uprising. Barely starting out in London. First few kilometres in, we've come out to the Surrey Hills. We're taking on Fox Hill, which I think is probably the worst one in the Surrey Hills. 2.4 kilometres in length, 4.9% average gradient. This one gonna kick in around the 2 kilometre mark after you come out of the underground tunnels into the Surrey Hills. Heads up map says it all really. 12% at the moment. The lighter orange, it will reduce. Yellow, slightly less gradient at the moment. It's a case of finding the right rhythm, tempo for you, sitting in, trying to hold some wheels, and do the best you can on this climb. You're going to get a descent the other side of it, the more flat rolling round London by the looks of it, and then back out. And looking at the gradient on the map, I'm going to say maybe Box Hill to climb at the end. Whatever we're climbing at the end of this course is what we descend when we get to the top of this, because my eyes looking at this map on the screen in front of me says they look very similar. So take note when we descend in a minute of what we're descending. That's probably what we're going to be climbing. So again, just bear in mind this is like a 5% average gradient over 2.5 kilometers. Just got to find that rhythm that works for you in this race. It is a climbing stage, stage 4. So sometimes it's worth just getting yourself into a good rhythm and sticking with it. I'm not the best climber in the world on Zwift, and I find sometimes that trying to chase down wheels on hills like this, just you end up spiking, you're on and off the power, and sometimes you're just better off sitting in and maintaining something that you feel you're consistent with and can hold. And if you've got something towards the top, you can release it then. It's normally what I find, that I've got a burst at the end where you push me over the top and into the descent. Everyone's different. Just my thoughts on hills like this, that there's no real give in them. You just got to manage it well. As you can see in a minute, it's going to ramp up again. These darker orange sections are coming in. Looking at the overall map, this climb, then a descent, then it's fairly flat. If people do push on this climb and put themselves in that hurt locker, it could ease off on the descent. And depending on where you are and what people are around you, you might be able to bridge across if they sit up for too long, or if they relax on that descent. So many things can happen on longer climbs like this. So bear that in mind as we come through it. So for anyone just joining the stream, I'm currently on stage 4 of the Zwift Games 2025. The first 3 stages have all been completed. I've had to save them straight away after riding them to move on to the next stage. It is one continuous ride. I've not left the bike. I've continued to pedal as I've done the switches. As I said, 5 stages in one ride is what I'm giving you today. The other stages are going to be on my Zwift companion for you to see. And this is stage 4, a climbing stage called London Uprising, 20.9 kilometers in length, 357 meters of elevation. You're going to get an Aero Boost Power Up at the start of this one to use whenever you like on the course, and your bike and wheel options are irrelevant in Zwift Games 2025, as all bikes are neutralised to make it a level playing field. So whatever Zwifting level you're at, you're not penalised for not having some of the higher end bikes in your garage. This one, stage 4, is going to be available 14th to the 16th of March. And if you miss it for any reason, there's a mop-up stage at the end where you can catch up on any missed stages. But every stage, when it's live, is going to be available every hour, around the clock, available on the Zwift Companion app for you to sign up to. Choose the right race pen category and enjoy the Zwift Games. And maybe you might, at the end in that mop-up session, you might be mad enough to race them all back to back in one hit, or not. The reason why I'm doing this today is because I'm going to be away from Zwift for a couple of the stages. So I thought I'd give you a recon of them all. and why not do it in one continuous ride and get them all out to you in a live stream to see what the courses are. There you go, 4.1 kilometers into this one. We've reached the top of Fox Hill. Slight descent. There is a little ramp back up in a minute. It just takes us through the banner. Make the most of that little descent, spin the legs off. Come up this final little ramp here. We've got 400 meters to go to that banner. To dig in, get yourself through that banner, and that's Fox Hill complete. Banner seems miles away now, doesn't it? There it is. Through Fox Hill, and then we're going to descend down the other side, which is Box Hill, which we're going to climb at the end of this route, because we're going to finish at that con banner we've just gone through by climbing up what we're about to descend. So we're going to go down here, back through the London Underground, and we'll have a little roll around the streets of London before we head back out to the Surrey Hills and take on Box Hill to finish. Making the most of this descent, really. A little bit of free stretching. I haven't actually sat down and worked out how long the Flamme Rouge Tour series would have been in distance, but looking at my stats on Strava, I think last week, the 7 days, I did somewhere in the region of 200. Let me get you the accurate figures. I think it was about 260, 270 miles, I think, last week. So with the warm-ups, cool-downs, and 9 days of racing over 11 days, yeah, I probably clocked up, I don't know, 400 to 500 kilometers in total doing that tour series, along with getting out yesterday in the real world on the team ride. Yeah, legs are feeling it. Just noticed them at the top of that climb, just feeling a little bit tight, hence a little stretch off. Enjoying these descents, getting some draft. Join somebody that I think's on a TT bike, isn't they? Anyway, yeah, just making the most of the draft. It will be key on your race on this one. You're not losing any time by drafting in the wheels. Use it to your advantage. Get your recovery in. Get your heart rate back down. I just had to check mine then, 86. Yeah, so get your heart rate back down. Get your recovery in. Streets of London will probably be short and sharp, little rises, depending on which way we go around London. But as this one is a climbing stage, obviously Fox Hill, Box Hill are the two significant climbs in this one. We're going to head down here now, back through the underground with a right hand turn in a minute, back into the streets of London before we'll come back out for Box Hill. So I don't live far from London. I'm out near Oxford. I've only ever ridden Box Hill once in my life in the real world. When I did ride London, must be 10, 12 years ago. I did the Ride London 100-mile route, which did, I think it was like Lee Hill, Box Hill, and something corner. But yeah, only ever ridden that once. I think this year I need to make myself get myself out to Box Hill and ride some of the Surrey hills again. I often ride out from home to Windsor, go and have a coffee out of Windsor and ride home, but maybe that extra bit of distance, do a Surrey Hills ride, which would be quite nice. Here's for your comment there, Tom. Yeah, train was stopped, so I'm all right on the platform. I've got through the tube okay, but if you're a tube driver, you must enjoy Neokio on Zwift, because that's a route that's always in the darkness. I guess a bit like driving a tube, you're always in a tunnel, in the dark. But Tom, cheers for joining the chat. This is stage 4 of the Zwift Games 2025. Just ridden the first 3 already. This is stage 4, London Uprising, 20.9 kilometers in length, 357 meters of elevation. At the beginning of this one, you'll get given an aero boost over the start line for you to use whenever you want out on course. And then bike and wheel options are irrelevant or even irrelevant in Zwift Games 2025, because all bikes and wheel options are neutralised to make it as fair as possible. Everyone riding in Zwift. So we've done Box Hill, coming up to 10 kilometers in, nearly halfway on stage 4. So taking some of the scenery now. St Paul's Cathedral on the right, maybe. Big Ben. Or was it Westminster Abbey? I don't know. Never really walked around London and had a look at anything either. Probably should do that at some point. All of these 5 stages that I'm riding today for the Zwift Games 2025, they're all new routes that have been created within existing Zwift worlds. So we've had, I'm trying to remember now, stage 1 was Makuri Madness, as he scrolls through his iPad. Stage 1 was Makuri Madness. Stage 2 was the Scotland Smash. Stage 3 was Downtown Eruption. And now stage 4 is London Uprising. Stage 1 and 2 classified as sprint races. Stage 3 and 4 are classed as climbing stages, and stage 5, which I've got to do yet, is classed as an epic stage. It could be an epic fail, but yeah, that'll be coming shortly. So Tom, I'm going to answer your question. Level Esports Racing, link in my description below. We cater for all categories, all abilities, have male and female teams throughout the world, various time slots. But if you're wanting to get involved, then look at the link in the description. Come and join Level Esports Racing. We'll have a category for you. Really knowledgeable people that help you and assist you as well. And they might even take you to Neokyo all-nighter so you can be at home and ride in the dark, like being at work when you drive the tube train. What are they called? Tube trains or just tubes? Tube train? Doesn't sound right. But yeah, Level Esports Racing. I joined them about 5-6 months ago. Really, really nice community to be involved in. Lots of knowledgeable people in the esports world around Zwift, and even my Whoosh, to be fair. But we cater for everybody, all ages, all abilities. Even if you haven't raced before and you're thinking about it, there'll be something for you to get involved in. So please, yeah, just head over to the Facebook page. We have a very good Discord server for Level Esports Racing. The support I get doing the recons, which came about from Level Esports, all the recons that I do, all the races that I do, is thanks to them and their support. Various people join the chat, like Lisa above. If you drop a message through Facebook, it'll probably be Lisa that picks it up. But yeah, really supportive group. Having just completed the Flamry's Racing Tour series, I was watching some of the other teammates in their races, doing their live streams, supporting and helping out where I could. One of the stages, I was giving them information about other riders around them, from Zwift Power and stuff, just giving them all the information to know what they needed to do. So yeah, it is a really competitive racing scene as well, but also a really good cycling community to get involved in. People that will help and develop each other is what you need. There you go then, Tom. I look forward to seeing you in the Level Esports Discord chat in the near future. Right, we're over halfway now. I recognise this bit of London. I think there's a big building at the end of this, isn't there? Behind a statue or something. I think somebody important might live there once in a while. Probably not happy about the squirrel being there as a statue though, is he? Like a tour guide. And to our left we have Buckingham Palace. I got that one right. Is that the Marble Arch in front of us? I know. Supposed to be giving you a recon of stage 4 for the Zwift Games 2025, not a sightseeing tour of London, but it's obviously what it's turned into. Somebody asked me yesterday was it yesterday or stage 8 in the live chat when I was drinking. The person kept on telling me to drink all the way through stage 8 on the live chat. Absolutely brilliant, because I don't drink enough when I'm on the bike. To have somebody you don't know jumping in the chat and telling you to drink It's just brilliant. Obviously, I was drinking out of the bottle I was just drinking out of, and put comment in asking what I was drinking. Well, if you've seen any of my older streams, I used to have a collection of prime bottles here that I was given 6 cans of, which I don't drink the stuff. I just put them there as a show thing, just to fill a gap. But as my race team, League RT in the real world, one of our sponsors is Stoica. I thought it only right today to change it over and put their products there. What I use on the bike, what I use in my bottles. It was only right, as they're our team sponsor, one of our team sponsors, that I changed it over. So the prime bottles have gone away. Maybe in 30 years time they'll be worth something if they haven't like disintegrated within the can. Probably wouldn't drink them then, but yeah. Cheers, Tom. Yeah, it'd be good to see you. Like I say, join the chat when you're recovered. Come and join us on some rides. There's always something for everyone. Whether you're coming back from injury, recovering from injury, there's always something going on that you can get involved in. So it'd be good to see you. Like I say, all the links to everything in the descriptions below. I am going to have to change towel in a minute because this one in front of me is soaking wet. Gripping hold of it and it's just feel the water coming out of it. How are we doing on time then? So we've been live on air now for what? 2 hours, just over. We are 5 kilometers away from finishing stage 4 of the Zwift Games 2025. And then I'm going to be totally honest with you, I haven't scrolled down to see stage 5 yet. All I know is they refer to it as epic. Stage 1 and 2 are sprints, stage 3 and 4 are climbs, and stage 5 is epic. I don't know anything else other than that. We'll get this one finished at the top of Box Hill, and then I'll worry about stage 5, which will be ridden and finished because my coach Kyle at Crown Coaching always tells me whatever you start you finish in whatever capacity you can. So unless obviously you're injured and you physically can't because you've crashed or you're injured, but like most things, I like to have challenges throughout the year. I've done Taste the Sun, which was Isle of Sheppey, to Burnham-on-Sea, which was sunrise to sunset. I did that many moons ago now, probably coming up to 10 years ago, but when I first got into cycling really. That was 210 miles in the saddle. Yeah, 210 miles in the saddle. Set off at sunrise at like 4 AM in the morning over on the east coast of the UK. Cycle all the way across the country, Burnham-on-Sea, over on the west coast. Get there before sunset, which I did. So that was a challenge I enjoyed. The virtual Everesting I did, I enjoyed that as well. That was a hard day. That was a hard day of planning, that was, because that was 8.5 climbs of up the Zwift. Had to be all recorded in one ride. So you had to like do the descents. You didn't have to ride the descents, but obviously you had the descents. Turn around at the bottom and go back up. That was a tough challenge in the pain cave. I had numerous showers throughout the day on that. Kit changes. Yeah, 8.5 times up the Zwift. But not sure what challenge I'm going to do this year. Probably Box Hill. That'll be a challenge in a minute. So this one then, as we turn in with 3.3 kilometers to go, we're going to finish stage 4 of the Zwift Games 2025 on Box Hill. 4.3% gradient, 3 kilometers in length. Like I said, I've only ever ridden it once in the real world. Ridden it multiple times on Zwift. We descended it just a minute ago, and now we're going to climb it to finish this stage. Again, use the heads-up display to your advantage. Get to know the colours, what they mean. So yellow tends to be your 2 to 3% gradients. Your oranges are sort of say 3 to 7. The darker oranges push beyond those 7% and go from there. Yeah, I definitely think, Tom, that Box Hill, Surrey Hills, I'd like to come up with a route down that way to come out and ride. I think when I did ride London, I think that must have been 2014, 2015, I did ride London, and I think it was Lee Hill, Box Hill, Newlands Corner, in that. Apologies there, I just realised my microphone had just died. Let's just have a quick swap around the microphones. Hopefully you can hear me again. Yeah, I did ride London, I think 2014, 2015, something like that. And we did Lee Hill, Box Hill, Newlands Corner, I want to say. But Surrey Hills aren't far from me. Also, I live not far from the Chilterns and the Cotswolds, so got plenty of nice routes around me. I do like to venture to new areas and cycle new areas. So, Tom, if you can give me some good routes for that area, follow me on Strava or Zwift Companion, Instagram. All of my links are down below. And yeah, definitely need to ride Box Hill, Lee Hill, Box Hill in real world. Again, having only done them once, it'd be good to see where I am on my cycling journey now, because back when I did ride London, probably was at my heaviest, around nearly 18 stone. So be interested to see where I am now, being like about 12.5 stone now, having raced competitively since around 2019, 2020. And I've been with my coach for the last 4 years. I try and do all the sessions he sets me, but then I go rogue with things like this today, but all good endurance today. Yeah, hit me up with some routes down in the Surrey Hills, maybe meet up and do some of them together, have a coffee and a chat, and go our separate ways afterwards. But always up for that. If you're local to me or not that far away, want to do some rides in the real world together, just hit me up. We'll get out there and we'll do something. Two kilometers to go on stage 4. Lisa asked the question in the chat on how was my legs feeling. Yeah, feeling a bit heavy now, not gonna lie. But hey, only stage 5 to go, and that's epic. And at the moment, that's all I know about it, that stage 5 is epic. Lee Hill Octopus, good challenge. Yeah, 8,000 feet is a good challenge. 6 different ways up the Lee Hill. Sounds like a good challenge. 2 weeks time I've got Mount Tady in Tenerife to do, which is, I think, the longest continuous climb in Europe, or at least Spain. That'd be interesting. I think it's 30 kilometers of climbing, 3,000 meters of elevation in sort of one continuous climb. So I've got that to look forward to in a couple of weeks. 7-day training camp in Tenerife. I'm gonna try and do some of the epic routes out there and record them and give some different content for the channel on the real world of me out on a bike. We're taking my new Scott Addict gravel with us, Tenerife, with his aero wheels. Rode it outdoors yesterday for the first time properly on a team ride. Absolutely loved it. Very quick, comfortable, and I've got the advantage that I can throw the 45mm gravel wheels in and go out for a ride with my 6-year-old lad out on some gravel tracks, and I don't have to have 3 bikes hanging up in the garage. I can have 2, my out and out aero bike, the new Scott Foil RC10, and I've got the Scott Addict gravel. It does both things. I've done a video on my YouTube channel about one bike for both, and yesterday for the first time out on it, yeah, it was faultless. Just my legs were a little bit heavier yesterday. All right, final kilometres to go, stage 4. It's weird that actually riding these last 4 stages that I've done, and I've been on the bike for nearly 2.5 hours, chatting away in the pain cave, the people that have decided to tune in just made the time fly by. I'm not going to lie. And bizarrely, when I started the stream, there was nobody tuned in initially. But I was chatting away anyway to myself. Normally, if I come out here and train, one of the two screens in front of me would have generally YouTube on, where I watch other people's content or catch up on stuff on YouTube. Occasionally put on a film, but I don't do that. I have music on out here, but I actually really enjoy getting out here, setting up the live streams, chatting away, reading your comments, and time flies by. Hopefully you'll all be here for stage 5 in a minute, when I'll probably start to feel it, but at the moment, 0.5 kilometers to go on this one. Take us to the top of Box Hill. My iPad keeps shutting down, which is really annoying. Yeah, roll to the top of this one, which is stage 4, climbing stage from Zwift Games 2025. 20.9 kilometers in length, 357 meters of elevation. You're going to get an Aero Boost Power Up at the beginning, to use whenever you want out on course. No other power ups will be given, and your bike selection, wheel selection is irrelevant on all stages in the Zwift Games 2025. Give it a level playing field for all abilities in all categories, whatever level you are in Zwift. There's the com banner. This is the end of stage 4 Zwift Games 2025. Should get a badge. There you go. Right, just bear with me as I save this one and make my way to out and back in again. Drop some thumbs ups to some followers that are Zwifting at the moment. My companion app has gone back to the home screen. Log back in. Let all my stuff repair. Stage 5 will be a breeze, don't worry, just remember to drink. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I do need to do that. I'm going to have the rest of my banana as well in a minute. Let's get ourselves loaded in, shall we? So we've done 4. Let's load stage 5. I like the fact it says hour and 45 minutes to complete it. Do they not know that I've got to do the school run today? So, here we go then. Oh, that's alarming straight away. So this is stage 5 of the Zwift Games 2025. This is classed as being epic, and just by the fact that it says the grade on the left hand side of my screen at the moment, I suggest at some point we're probably going to go up the grade, which is something I've never ridden on Zwift. Ascended it a couple of times in races, but I've never climbed it. So this shall be interesting. So we've done 4 stages. This is stage 5, Zwift Games 2025. This is classed as being epic. Titled Zwift Games 25 Queen Route. It's 44.8 kilometers in length, 894 meters of elevation, and at the beginning they're going to be kind to you and give you a featherweight power up to use whenever you like out on the course. Again, bike choice doesn't matter, or wheel choice doesn't matter, as all options are, or all bike selections are neutralized to make it a level playing field. This one then, starting off in downtown Watopia. On the race pens, we'll lead through downtown Watopia, up this short incline, take a right onto the volcano circuit. I'm looking at the elevation gain and the map in the top right hand corner. I'm guessing the grade is going to be about 3/4 of the way into this route, looking at the map. Or is the grade right at the end? I don't know. It's saying on their homepage when I logged into this one, it was going to be an hour and 45 minutes to do it. So possibly it will be. I'm not just randomly throwing stuff on the floor. There's a bin there that I put there to get rid of any rubbish. And I'm not indoors, I'm in the garage, so on the lifting platform with the weights, but there is a bin there. It was an amazing shot on that banana skin as it went straight in. But yeah, I think I've been pretty much on point with the other stages. So stage 1 took 26 minutes, stage 2 took 30 minutes, stage 3 took 37 minutes, and stage 4 took 46 minutes. So in total so far, with quick maths, I've done 46 miles so far, which, trying to work out in kilometers, I haven't got a clue. Weird, because doing the recons and the videos for YouTube, everybody wanted me to do it in kilometers, which was fine. So I do all my recon videos in kilometers, recon notes in kilometers, and then realised when I came to race, I raced in miles, and all my recon notes and everything have been done in kilometers. So I couldn't use my own recon notes to race with. So I now always ride in Zwift in kilometers, which normally if I'm out here on my own, I would do the quick comparison on Siri on my phone. I'm not going to do that when I'm chatting to you, but yeah, so far we've done 46 miles, and we've got this 40 odd kilometers still to go. And as many of you will know now, when I start something, I finish it. I get the whole psychological thing about turning that map off. I did the other day ride with no heads-up display. It was just a blank screen, no power, no nothing. Did post about it on, I think I did a short on it on YouTube. Amazing how many people like having that data. Sometimes for me it's just nice to not have it. Quite often when I was doing the recons for WTRL, I would do them on a Wednesday after I raced on the Tuesday, and Dale Cobb from Level always commented that I was disciplined because I would always do those recon rides around about 150 watts. Well, the reason for that is because my coach has tried to get me to do my recon rides, or my recovery rides, at 150 watts to actually recover, and I'm really bad at doing it, so hence I did the recons as a recovery ride and just enjoyed and could work out the route better. For this one then, we've headed out to Jarvis Island. We're going to go around Jarvis Island by the looks of it in a clockwise direction, which means after the Jarvis sprint in reverse, you're going to have the Jarvis com, then the other side, and then we'll probably leave Jarvis Island and head back towards possibly the volcano. Just trying to work out the route from the map elevations and gradients and stuff, but quite difficult to work out. Literally not studied these routes at all. The only one that I was aware of was the Scotland Smash one, the second stage. I'd ridden it last week just as a training, in my training ride on it. But yeah, just this is a Jarvis Common reverse coming in at 4.3 kilometers, 1.3 kilometers in length, 3.1% average gradient, a couple of minutes of effort, probably at race pace, but as you can tell, I'm not race pacing it. Don't forget to change gear, Simon, that'd be good. Climbing. Had a message to say someone can't see the activities on Zwift Companion. It's probably because they're still marked as private. Make them public. Those two done. That one's done. Making these rides public so you can see them on Zwift Companion. Obviously they're going to show there's 5 individual rides on Zwift Companion, but as you can see they're all one continuous event here. As you're joining me for this epic stage, stage 5, and Tom was so right saying about focus on how you feel on the bike rather than watching the numbers. So to be honest, I think I said hair in my mouth now. As I said at the beginning, in stage 1, hoping to do sort of probably like 200, 225 watts average per the first couple of stages.
I think I've been pretty much on that. I've not been gauging it, I've just been riding it how I feel. My creaky bike. Yeah, so I'm not really bothered about the figures today. Normally a Monday for me is a rest day in my training plan, but having done the tour and I've got the dirt racing series on starting on Wednesday, thought I'd do this today and have a full rest day tomorrow, ready to race Wednesday. One of the things you'll probably notice with my channel is that I try and, what I have done, I ride all the Recons and record all the Recons for you, the different race series that I've done, and then actually race them as well, so you get to see the Recon and then see how I race it in the B category race pen that I'm in. So I enjoy doing the Recon and then racing it. I probably will do some of the Zwift Games 2025, but just depends where I am and what I'm feeling, because this stage 5 is when I get back from Tenerife, and it's a few days before my birthday, so I might not do this one when I get back from Tenerife. But if you do miss any of the stages in their allotted time slots, don't worry, because there is a mop-up stage at the end after stage 5 is finished. Stage 5 runs 17th to the 23rd of March, and then you can have between the 24th and the 30th of March, you can have makeup races to get any stages you've missed done. So you've got like a 6-day race period, complete any stages. Obviously when the stages are live in their set dates, they're every hour. In those makeup races, I'm not sure how they're going to be on Zwift Companion. You'll have to see which ones you've missed and what time slots are available for you to do them. But just means that you can get all 5 stages completed, whether it's in the relevant time slot or not. And even if you do all 5 at the set times, there's 1 or 2 that you think you could do better on, you could always do them in the makeup section and try and get a better time for it. So anyone joining the stream now, we are 2 hours and 40 minutes into this. This is stage 5 now of the Zwift Games 2025. This is referred to as an epic stage. It's Zwift Games 25 Queen stage. It's 44.8 kilometers in length, 894 meters of elevation. You're going to get featherweight power up at the start. You use it any time on the course, and that's the only featherweight you'll get throughout the entire course. So save it and use it wisely. Bike choice and wheel choice are irrelevant in Zwift Games 2025, as all of the bikes and wheels are neutralized to make it a level playing field. And this course and this stage is available 17th to the 23rd of March. So that's a loop of Jarvis Island done. This one started down in downtown Watopia, headed out to Jarvis Island, which we've just done a clockwise loop of. Now heading back onto the volcano circuit. I do know that the grade features in this epic stage. Yeah, if you've got any questions, any thoughts, just want to have a general bit of chit chat, jump in the chats. There's a few in there already. Keeps me going, makes me inspired to finish stage 5, which we've got 35 kilometers of, and go from there. So Tom is, oh, congratulations on being 50 this year. Yeah, if you can get back on the bike by your 50th birthday in April, then that'd be good, and get yourself recovered and back on the bike. Maybe for your 50th, we could have a route together around that Neoka all-nighter, and then make you feel at home like you're driving your train on the tube in darkness. How does that sound? Yeah, I wouldn't push yourself to get on this stage 5. I think you'll probably change your mind when you see a bit later on when we get into these hillier sections. But so far, all of the full routes, 4 routes that I've done so far, have been enjoyable. So they're slightly different routes on the existing worlds in Zwift. Makuri Madness from the Makuri Islands, Scotland Smash around Glasgow, and out onto that Breakfast and Crits course. We then had downtown Eruption, started in downtown Watopia, clearly took on the volcanic com, or volcano com. Then we had London Uprising, stage 4, which took on Box Hill to start, and then finished on Box Hill. And stage 5 here, ZG25 Queen stage. At the moment, we've come from downtown Watopia and done Jarvis Island. The grade features in this one, I don't know when. There's a few other spikes down the road, looking at the map, but we'll get them done and I'll be able to tell you what they are, and you'll see where they are. So 2 hours 45 minutes on the bike now. I think when I started and loaded this one up, stage 5, the recommendation was an hour and 45 minutes. So we'll see. We'll see how long this one takes us. I'm definitely not a climber like Ed Laverick, I can tell you that. But hopefully today out in Tenerife for him, he's got some sunshine, because he had rain yesterday. I got to see Ed last year over in Mallorca come up Syco-list in his PR attempt, or PB attempt, up Syco-list, and boy does he move. We got there to the top of Syco-list to watch him come up it. We were going to descend partway down and watch, but there was a swarm of bees within like the final kilometre at the top of the Syco-list, and there was a car that was stopped, and there was just no way we could get down there because of these bees swarming. He cycled through that. When he got to the top, he hadn't beaten Tom Pidcock's time, but we had to get away quickly from the top because of the bees. But Yeah, boy, can that lad climb. Probably helps living in Wales with all the hills, but I'm not a climber, but I get this done. So, through the Roman villas from the volcano, and take this right-hand turn, which take us towards Ocean Boulevard. Should be a sign on the right in a minute. Just there, look, like I've ridden this before. Yeah, Ocean Boulevards now, and see where this takes us. What a way to start Monday morning, eh? I think the first stage of Zwift Games 2025 starts at midday in the UK. They'll be starting in about 15 minutes. I've not quite managed to get all 5 stages ridden before then, but I was out here at 9 o'clock getting it started. Still haven't worked out where this route's going yet. I'm hoping in a minute when we get to this little T-junction down here we'll know. Epic com then. Let's say have I only burned 273 calories, but they're in 5 individual rides, aren't they? So why? We're going to do the Epic com then. That's going to come in at just short of 14 kilometers in stage 5. Using the heads-up display, obviously, gauge this one. This Epic Com seems to have featured on quite a few ZRL races and other races in recent months, so I get to know it quite well. Still not that enjoyable, but 9% here in these darker orange sections. We're then going to have a switchback, which eases off a little bit. The toughest bits in this start bit, and in a little while that yellow section is as we cross over like the suspension bridge heading towards the jungle. So work on these bits, get through these 7-8%, bit of respite if you can in the yellows. Also on this course you will get a feather up at the beginning. You only get one. Just need to use it wisely. It's the only power up you get. Zwift Games you get one power up per stage, and there's no others given except the one you get at the start banner. This bit here, this switchback, 13%. Push through that. There you can see the bridge in front of you. That bridge is basically the yellow part of the graph that you can see in the heads-up display. Let's get through these orange sections. So when you join the bridge, you drop into the yellow section. So the climb, slightly eased. Need to manage it well. As you cross the bridge, we'll find out if we're going left or right. Right will take us into the jungle loop. Left will take us around cliff edge. So let's see that Epic Com in its entirety. 6.3 kilometers, 6.3% average gradient. So that's only if we turn right, I believe. Let's see which way we're going to go. We're going right. Cheers, Jamie. Jamie's just jumped in the chat. He's had an absolutely phenomenal Flamme Rouge Racing Tour series. True inspiration to watch him and the fellow level esports riders in the CAP category classification. Immense teamwork, really great effort from all of them. Doing everything, weighing in, dual recording. And I watched quite a few of Jamie's streams that you put out on our Discord channel, and yeah, absolutely phenomenal, Jamie. take my hat off to you, mate. Don't know where you finished in the end. Were you top 10 GC? I know that you were battling sort of top 5th, 6th place. I saw you out on course yesterday doing the individual time trial, but when you went out the start pen at nearly 7 watts per kilo, whatever it was, I thought I'd let you go. Decided not to hold on for 2 seconds, but at one point when I checked you in yesterday's stream, I did comment about it. I was going to fan for you, Jamie, but as I didn't have your consent, I thought I wouldn't. But you were like 11 minutes down the road on me as I was bimbling around in zone 2, zone 3. Yeah, but as you've joined us, Jamie, this is stage 5. I'm 3 hours in, 4 stages done, and just under 30 kilometers to go on this one. So I think I've got the grade to do as well on this one. So Jamie's just saying he's potentially 5th in DC for DAP classification on Glamoury's racing, which absolutely amazing effort. Just glad that you got podium yesterday, because in the week when you got pipped on the line, I felt so sorry for you because you'd worked so hard for that. But hopefully when it's final report comes out, if you've got 5th and Paul got 1st in that category, that's amazing. And there's some other riders, I think Andy Perkins, who's just dropped me a thumbs up, spooky as that is, I think he was top 20 GC when I last looked as well. So a great outing by the Level Esports in that category. I'm not surprised your legs are feeling it today. Mine are feeling a little bit heavy, but when you set out to do something and you're determined to finish it, you get it done. As long as I'm off this bike by 2:30 this afternoon, all good. So I can do the school run. So I'm sure I'll be all right. When I was saying earlier on about Level Esports racing and the community that we are, the Discord channel, Jamie always takes the time to jump in my live streams when I'm racing if he can, leaves me some comments, gives me some encouragement. So yeah, he's just one example. There's lots of other Lisa's jumped in here today. There's various people, can't mention all of them, but whenever I'm racing or streaming a race, teammates jump in, leave comments, give you encouragement. After you raced, they do look at your results, they give you feedback. Some of them, mentioning no names, Rich at all, but Richie Howe, I've raced with him in some of the Zwift Racing League races. He's actually taken his time to sit down and look back over my races and critique my races and give me feedback, which that's the only way I'm going to improve on Zwift racing, by people with knowledge, Rich, Jamie, etc., giving me that feedback. So I'm grateful for that. So I'm not grateful for the 2 climbs that are about to come in a bit, but cheers for that, Tom. So it's the grade first then, which is the steeper spike, and then the epic com reverse to finish. Great. Forward to those 2 then. A recommendation of 1 hour and 45 minutes for this route is probably going to be true then. So definitely going to be my longest live stream ever. See, Tom, you refer to them as big climbs. In our race notes for FRR, one of our riders, Nick, writes course notes, and he kept on referring to climbs as being medium, even though they weren't. I'm guessing Nick was watching this, he'd probably say they're medium climbs, but never done the grade before. I know it's a way that you can do your FTP now on that. That ain't gonna happen today, I can tell you that. But maybe that's a live stream for another day, me taking on the grade. Maybe when I've had a bit of recovery time, get time away from the bike after the last week and a bit. You're not the bearer of bad news, Tom. Whatever they were going to be, they were going to be. At least I know I'm not finishing on the grade. But you're probably going to see when I finish going up the grade, I'm going to make the most of that descent. Because I find the Epicom is quite a brutal one as well. Saying that, this week we did the Innsbruck Com, which was, I think, the longest climb of the Flamme Rouge Racing Tour Series. That was 7 kilometers long. And that just seemed to go on and on, that one. But I still managed without the fan. My top is actually stuck to me, I'm not going to lie. Floor underneath my rocker plate is drenched, but all good. Sweating is good, I suppose. There's a thumbs up from Claudius. Thank you, mate. Another team captain from Level. Organised a sprint racing over Christmas for Level racing as well, internally. That's good fun. Fire up the iPad again because it's switched off. Anyone joining this then, this live stream, been going just over 3 hours. I've ridden stage 1, 2, 3 and 4 of the Zwift Games 2025 already at the beginning of this live stream, and we are now on stage 5, the final stage of the Zwift Games 2025. This is their epic stage, they classed it as. The first two were sprint stages, 3 and 4 were climbing stages, and this is their epic stage, ZG 25 Queen route. It's 44.8 kilometers in length, 894 meters of elevation. At the beginning of this one, you get a feather power up, and you only get one power up the entire stage, so use that one wisely. Bikes and wheels selections are irrelevant in Zwift Games 2025, as all bikes and wheel selections are neutralised to make it a level and playing field for all Zwifters, no matter what level they are within the Zwift game platform. This course, stage 5, is available between 17th and the 23rd of March. And also, if you miss any stages throughout the Zwift Games 2025, you can make up those races between the 24th and the 30th of March. For this course then, nearly halfway through it, still a lot of elevation to go. We have coming up, as Tom has told me in the chat, we've got the grade to climb, and we finish on the epic com. So if you're just joining in, I am on stage 5. It has been continuous riding throughout all the stages from stage 1 to here, but at the end of every route, when I've got the badge, I've had to save it, come out and come back in to Zwift to be able to start the next route. So it will be on my Zwift companion as 5 individual rides, but I've not left this saddle. I've been here throughout. And you're joining me with just over 20 kilometers to go and 700 meters of elevation to go. So all the best, Tom. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the comments. Have a good birthday in April, and hope your recovery goes well and you're back on that bike soon. Take care, mate. So as you join me here, obviously unlocked the 4 route badges for the previous 4 routes. One I'd already done, but I've done it again, Scotland Smash. But 23.5 kilometers here, Mayon Mountainside Com. We're going to climb that to take us up towards the radio tower and towards the grade. This one 2 kilometers in length, 3.1% average gradient. Stage 5 class is being epic. Definitely think it is going to be that if you're racing this in the Zwift Games. Quite a tough stage. Not only just short of 45 kilometers in length, just short of 900 meters of elevation. Going to be a tasty little race, isn't it? Don't recommend anyone racing them back to back. Riding them back to back, bad enough. when I started this one, they said it was roughly hour and 45-minute riding. Not sure. If it is, then I've got 45 minutes to go, which will take me up to about 4 hours in the saddle. Do all 5 stages. Not bad after just finishing Flam Rouge Racing World Tour Series yesterday. 9 stages over 11 days. But getting it done. Rest day tomorrow for me. Away from the bike. Plenty of stretching. Dog walks. Recovery leggings. And get myself ready for Wednesday morning. Take part in the dirt racing series, which will be stage 1 of that one. Recon for dirt racing's out on the channel. It's going to be Petite Douleur, stage 1. Starts off in the race pens in France. Lead in, takes you from the race pens out through those intestines, which I refer to as the Watopia S's, but in France. You climb the Petite Com to the Com banner, which then starts the route. The route is technically the Com banner at the top of Petite Com, back through the start finish, past the race pens, back through the intestines, back through the Ballon Sprint, and back up to the top of Petite Com. And that is stage 1 of the dirt racing series, happening on Wednesday. That'll be a live stream on the channel. I think I'm racing at 10:45 UK time, because I'm racing in the Atlantic League, so the Atlantic time slot. Whew. Thanks to all the people that are watching the live stream at the moment. This is me riding all 5 stages of the Zwift Games 2025, all in one ride, which I have done, but I've had to save every stage at the end of it to get to the next one. But not left the bike since 9 o'clock this morning. We're about 3 hours 15 in to this live stream now. 20k to go on the final stage, stage 5, which is the epic stage. Quite a bit of climbing with 894 meters of elevation on this one. Over 44.8 kilometers. Gradually getting higher. Still over 600 meters of elevation to go. Any thoughts, questions, anything at all? Jump in the chat, ask me away, any questions, and if I can answer them, I will. Things that are coming up for the channel in the near future, obviously dirt racing series this Wednesday. Hopefully get the Recon for stage 2 of the dirt racing series out later on this week as well. Probably do the Recon ride of that as a recovery on Thursday. get that recorded, edited and out. Stage 2, I'm going to need to record and get stage 3 out or ready to go out early as well, because I'm heading out on a 7-day training camp, the Canary Islands, Tenerife. But hopefully I'll bring you some in real life content, my training out there, out on hopefully sunny tarmac roads, although it was raining out there yesterday, having looked at Ed Laverack's pictures on Instagram last night. So it seems like everywhere the people have gone on training camps yesterday was wet. The Primera lads that are out on their training camp in Mallorca, they had rain yesterday. Joe Bierman from League RT that I race with in the real world, he's out in Calp at the moment. They had quite an overcast day yesterday, so obviously Ed had rain in Tenerife, and we had blue skies in the UK. Yeah, it was about 2 degrees, but bright blue sky, sun was out, and I even went outdoors for a ride yesterday. Second time this year. Managed to stay upright, didn't crash about not having Zwift steering. I did all right. So gradually getting back to riding outside now. The weather's picking up. Not one for riding in poor conditions when I want a good race season this year. I've put in a lot of work over winter. I'm hoping it's going to pay off this year because I've stayed on it over winter, even on the days where I didn't want to get out of bed and I didn't want to train. I pulled myself out and done it. I think having the live streams and the racing and the content that I'm putting out on the channel helps motivate me as well to think that people are watching the content, people are joining the live streams, they're jumping in the chat. One of you watching right now could be my coach. Hopefully not, because I didn't tell him I was doing this today. But just nice. I'm not just out here on my own, plodding away, looking at figures and stuff. I feel like I'm motivated because I want to do well. And I know people are watching it and give me feedback and comment on it, which is good. Helps me grow and develop. So I think that's what inspired me to my greatest race on Zwift yet, stage 8 of the FRR a couple of days ago. Broke myself off at the beginning and actually went on to be one of my best races on Zwift, finishing 4th by 0.02 of a second in the sprint. So happy with that on a hilly Yorkshire course. The Recon in this course, all I can say is fairly hilly. This Itzicom is going to lead us into the grade, and then we're going to have the grade, and then we're going to have the descent down off the grade, and we're finishing on the Epic Com. But you can see for yourselves, this Epic Com has very little respites in it. There's the odd blue bits, but I think we have raced this one before. I can't remember what it was in. I've been the 2 guys tour that I did. That reminds me that I've done this. It's a com before, but coming through at race pace will be tough. Ideal if you're a good climber, but if you haven't got the watts per kilo, this could be quite a draining course. The Itzacon's 2% average gradient, 3.8 kilometers in length. Like I said, it's going to lead us into the grade. It's the next spot to go along in that map. Those first riders in stage 1 in the UK, midday time slots, will be out on circuit now. Zwift Games 2025 is now live. Excuse me about that. Coughed and bit my tongue at the same time. Okay, I'm alive. Just joking, but I'm alive. Yeah, I've done this before. This was the finish of a stage in one of the tours I did. I can remember these final bends here to the common banner, just around the corner. Bit of descent into that comp banner. That's 29.7%, 29.7 kilometers of this one done. So 14.5 kilometers to go. And when we get to the T-junction out here, we're going to join the grade, the top part of it, which is going to take us up towards that radio tower. don't think I've ever gone that way before. I think when I got here last time on that tour series, I think I turned left by accident and did a U-turn and just used the downhill section to recover and cool down on. Yeah, so this is the grade, not something I've done before. We're joining it at stage or section 5. So it looks like they're all about 357 meters of elevation, which seems a bit strange, but yeah, gives you a nice percentage down there of how much you've got left to do. So over 50% of the grade still to do. We've been in the saddle now 3.5 hours. This is stage 5 of the Zwift Games 2025. I don't know if my iPad's turned off. No, it's still there. Get it to unlock. So this one, stage 5, referred to as their epic stage, is titled ZG25 Queen Stage or Route. 44.8 kilometers in length, 894 meters of elevation. You're going to get featherweight power up at the beginning, which is your only power up you get throughout this whole stage. And with all the stages in Zwift Games, you only ever get one power up at the beginning for the whole stage. No other banners, arches will give you any other power ups. So use it wisely. And bike choices and wheel options are all neutralized. So it doesn't matter if you're on a rally chopper or a Tron bike. It doesn't matter at all because they're neutralized, so everyone's on a level playing field when it comes to bike and wheel options. Yeah, Jamie's just told me that the grade is split into 10 equal segments. Never done it, Jamie. For some reason I think I've done the top part of it before, like this, from it's a con, but never ridden it top to bottom. Yeah. The 357 meters then, that's distance on the road, not elevation. That makes more sense now. The climb, the grade itself is 305 meters, elevation in total over 3.6 kilometers, but we've joined at section 5, so we're only riding top 5 segments. We're only riding half of it. That makes a lot more sense now. Good for that, Jamie. Nice 10% here. With the switchbacks as well. Taking us to the top of the grade on stage 5 of the Zwift Games 2025. you are tuned into the live stream, don't forget to please like and subscribe to the channel. Try and keep my content coming, Zwift related, and there will be some racing from in the real world from April onwards after I go back for my training camp. But yeah, please do like my content, subscribe to the channel. I will be doing Recon rides of most of the race series that come to Zwift. Hopefully going to be able to work with Rich Vale from FRR as well in the future to Recon the tour series that FRR put out. Hopefully I'll do that. Already working alongside him on Flammery's Racing Super 6 team racing format series that's going to drop later on this year. Keep an eye out for that. Hopefully we'll do some of the recons for that as well. So lots of new content coming, Zwift stuff coming. Anything you want me to do, I think I should do, drop me a message. All my links are in the description below, be it Zwift Companion, Strava or Instagram. Drop me a message and see what I can do. As long as it doesn't involve the grade, I'll be happy, because this is brutal. Say brutal, not brutal, it's after a long course series of racing, probably didn't choose the best day to take on doing all these 5 stages in a row, but my little boy tells me I'm crazy. Okay, probably right on this one. Daddy is a little bit crazy. Nearly there. Then a descent to get a bit of recovery. For the epic climb, I think. I think we should run the epic climb. I'm sure we'll find out. So we've got about 400 meters of elevation still to go on this course. Just over 12 kilometers, 12.5 kilometers to go as well. So, all looking good. Probably another 3-4 minutes of climbing at the top of the grade. I haven't used any of my power-ups today because they want to cause confusion, so hence it's still sat there and I haven't used it. So anyone joining now into this live stream, this is stage 5 that I'm on now. The last 4 stages I've done, completed, all in one continuous ride. Been out here for over 3.5 hours. Yeah, I don't know really what else to say. About 120 kilometers I think it's going to be in total for 5 stages, something like that. Haven't really worked out the maths on it, but all right, final 357 meters of the grade. Get me to that blue bit. Jamie's already talking tactics. Look, yeah, I think because you only get that one feather up, it's going to be either the top of the grade and then try and use the descent. I know you boys from level epic at descending, so might work to your advantage there, or maybe use it on the epic com. Not quite sure. Yeah, Jamie's saying that maybe using like the featherweight over the top of the brow of this hill will keep you in contact. You won't lose any time, seconds. It will start to descend. Yeah. Sure, on the day, Jamie and the boys will race it tactically. They'll have a plan. I've been watching the last few nights. They'll execute it really well. So right then. Your FTP grade score is 2. That's the top part of the grade done on this course. Oh. Clearly doesn't start descending straight away. Under the standstill then. We're going to take this descent now. I'm going to let it roll around. I'll just sort myself out. Yeah, take this descent now. Back down towards the grade, go flat, and then prepare for the final pickup, epic com. See if I get some draft. I hope you're liking this content. I know it's been an exceptionally long live stream, but what I will do once it's finished and all uploaded and everything onto YouTube, I will sit down and break it into 5 individual videos as well, and just put out them as 5 shorter videos, just to give you an idea of the 5 stages. Today's idea was just obviously riding all 5 stages in one hit. Didn't think about the technicality of not being able to teleport between the routes, because they're not actually in the routes list. You've got to go through that main dashboard on Zwift to get there. So yeah, I will break this video down and put them out. Obviously, stage 1 starts today, so people that have watched the start of this video will know what stage 1's about. I'll break the rest of them down over the coming days when I get a chance, maybe tomorrow when I'm stretching and recovering. But at the moment on Zwift Companion, you should have the 4 activities available for you to view. I think I've made them all public now. They should all be there for you to view. And this one, when it's finished, final 10k to go on this one. This one will be up on Zwift Companion as well. By all means, follow me on Zwift Companion. All the details are down in the description to the video. Strava, my Zwift Companion, Zwift Power, and all of those are down in the description below. Level Esports down there. My in real life race team, League RT, links down in the description. It's not in the description of this video, it will be in other videos. Yeah, just check out the links, like, subscribe, follow. Nice to try and get up to 1,000 followers now on YouTube. That'd be amazing. Is try and promote the channel further. It's only been going 3 or 4 months, maybe a little bit longer now, since I've been with Level Esports. Started off with doing some recons, got a bit more relaxed in front of camera, do stuff, made some upgrades in the pain cave, got new internet, super fast fiber, 4K camera, and extra stuff in the pain cave to be able to give you slightly different content. A bit like this today with the inset Zwift screen, but making the most of this descent. Epic Com is going to come. And that'll give me enough time. I'm just trying to find the clock. So we're 1:45, probably, I don't know, 20 minutes or so to go. They said 1:45 for this route. 7 and a bit K to go, I don't know. Anyway, it'll get me indoors, fed and showered, possibly with a half an hour sit down for go and get my lad from school. And as it's sunny outside, when he gets back, he'll probably want to go on a bike ride. So I shall do that with him later after school. I don't know how tired he is after school, but it's lovely that he's into his cycling as well. So I like to get out with him as much as I can and promote cycling to him at a young age. Not something that I did. I didn't get into cycling until but say 10 years ago, maybe a bit more. Yeah, maybe a bit more, 12, 13 years ago. Just as a fitness thing, I've got to about 18.5 stone. I wasn't very fit. I'd stopped playing Saturday league football and stuff. I've always been active throughout my younger years, and I just piled on weight and wasn't happy with it. So went to cycling, got a bike just to get active again. Joined my first cycle club, which was Mickey Frank's cycling club in Whitney, Oxfordshire. And then just got into cycling and started doing, tried to do a 30-mile ride, tried to do a 50-mile ride, eventually managed a 100-mile ride. And I did Ride London, eventually went on to do Chase the Sun, which was 210 miles coast to coast, sunrise to sunset. And just went on from there really. Lost over 6 stone in the journey, and ended up coming into racing about 5-6 years ago. Got into racing, started racing for the first time. COVID obviously had an impact on racing. Back again, second season this year with League RT. Last year known as League of Swindon Cycles, but this year rebranded to League RT. Looking forward to getting racing with them in April, starting racing then. Had a good winter training program. Love being on Zwift with Level Esports Racing. We'll continue to Zwift as well, because sometimes it's easier to get the sessions done indoors than being outside, but yeah, just been a long journey. Anything's possible. Got to stick at it and have the mentality to push through, even on those days where you don't want to. I had one of those days last week, but I got out and raced and felt better. So do what you got to do. Right, 5k to go then. Reverse epic com. That's a bit different. The 39.5k in, throws in a nice 12-13% little gradient up here. And we're going to do the epic com in reverse, it says. Which is 6.3% average gradient and 6.3 kilometers in length. Well, clearly we can't do the whole of the epic com because we haven't got enough time. We've only got 4.8 kilometers. So I think when we get to the top up here, it'll probably go left, won't it? I'm generally really disorientated where we are. 4.5k to go. Not going to be too far out with an hour and 45 as they suggested for this route. I've clearly joined this part of the way up. We're not doing all of it. So I don't know where we've jumped on the back end of it, but we have somewhere, which is fine. I'm not moaning about that. We've got 4k climbing to go. Over 250 meters of elevation still to go. Okay. Final push to get stage 5 ridden of the Zwift Games for you, and and that'll be completing all 5 stages in one ride. Happy days. Whew. Just that way, so the comm banner for this then is up by the radio tower. Turn off, brilliant. We started partly up the epic comm then, hence we were 2 kilometers short on distance. Still got 3.5 kilometers to go on this one, and over 200 meters of elevation. Cheers for that, Wes. I literally just had the elevation gains and stuff. Didn't really know what the routes were. Tom earlier on let me know that it was the grade and the epic come to finish. Yeah, nice to know. So not far to go then, is what you're telling me. Right, 3.4k to go, and this will finish Zwift Games 2025, all 5 stages in one ride in we're just over 4 hours of riding. So when we get into the final kilometre, I'll give you a quick recap of what I've ridden today. And hopefully, if you think it's worthy of a thumbs up, like and subscribe, it'd be much appreciated. Support me in the channel as we continue to grow the content for you, the Zwift racing and the various race series that it brings. But having just finished the Flamme Rouge Racing Tour yesterday, I didn't really time this very well, but 3k's to go. I'm going to sit on the Iceman here best I can. The end is in sight, I can see it. Well, that's not the end. That's a slight downhill before another climb, but you know what I mean. 3k to go. So my coach says to me later on when he sees 5 Zwift rides pop up in Training Peaks, and it says at the top of my day today that it's a rest day. When he asks the questions, we weren't here. None of this happened. Today was supposed to be a rest day after finishing the tour series. I'm going to have that tomorrow before dirt racing, stage 1 on Wednesday. So Recon for that stage 1 race is out on the channel I'll be racing it Wednesday morning with a live stream. It won't be 4 hours long, but there you go. When I get to the top of this one, as I cool down, I think I'm going to take when I get to the top of this one, I think I'm going to make most of the U-turn and get the free descent as well. Exactly, if it ain't on Strava, it didn't happen. Unfortunately, as soon as I click save on Zwift, it goes straight to Training Peaks. The last 4 already there, and I don't mind. We'll have those difficult conversations. I am having a rest day tomorrow though, guarantee you that. I don't think I've ever been this high up. All this for a route badge, eh? Whew. What's the point of going down? I'm just gonna have to go back up again. Whew. Well, just over 2Ks to go now. Final push. It's like this stage in it, and you think kilometers aren't coming down, but sit in now. Stage 5, when they said it was epic, yeah, an interesting stage to watch people race, to be fair. Tactics will be quite interesting. I think some teams will probably come out and ride this in mass numbers and work together and get their results, but yeah, I think others will come out and do it for enjoyment. I don't blame you. This just under 45 kilometers, just under 900 meters of elevation in itself is a test. You know, if you come out and do it, kudos to you. Whether you decide to race it or just social ride it, it'll be an achievement to get that route badge at the end. I've managed over 4 hours in the pain cave without the fan on, probably because it got so hot and sweaty. If I was to put it on, it would just make me cold. So, persevered for 4 hours. Although this last one and a half kilometers starting to drag now. Nearly there. Get this one finished. And as it says on the tag, 5 stages in one ride done. And just over 4 hours on the bike in the pain cave. We would have done them all, ticked off all the routes. But at the end, it will still say that I've completed none of the Zwift Games. But hey ho, wasn't about that. About bringing you 5 stages to see them all when the Zwift Games started, which is on live today, stage 1. So, like last 60 meters of elevation, I think. Generally don't think I've been up to this radio tower before. None of this looks familiar. Probably one of those route badges that I keep putting off because it's a lot of elevation, but just looking back over the 4 stages I've done, and then this one on top of it. I think I've managed to do all 5 stages with an average power of about 200 watts, I think, which raising 2 training ride, just over 4 hours. I'll have to work out all the details later, but I'll sit down and do that later on when I'm relaxing. The blue section's the top. Last couple of 100 meters are flat with a downhill slightly. Here's where it's get it done then. Can you not turn right and got to the tower then? Is that the highest point on Utopia? Not that I want to do it, but I'm guessing there is a route that takes you right and further up, or is this the highest point we're going to get to? Right, 0.8 of a kilometre to go. I'm not going to get level 85 today. The Zwift is the highest, is it? Okay. I've ever rested that. So, Not bothered about the radio tower. Let's get stage 5 then. Right, to pass the next 0.7 of a kilometre, let's just give you a quick recap then. Stage 1, live today, 3rd of March to the 6th of March, is a sprint race on Makuri Madness. That's 16.1 kilometres, 88 metres of elevation. You're going to get an Aero Boost Power Up on that one. And obviously, throughout Zwift Games, bike and wheel selection is irrelevant as they are all neutralised throughout. And the key point with Zwift Games is you only ever get one power up per stage, which is given at the start banner. So that's stage 1. Stage 2, another sprint section, which is Scotland Smash, 18.1 kilometres in length, 167 metres of elevation, and your power up on that one, the Draft Boost. That's available 7th to the 9th of March. Stage 3 is the first of the 2 climb stages on a course called Downtown Eruption, 19.9 kilometres, 275 metres of elevation, and your power up on that one is the Aero Boost. Available 10th to the 13th of March. Stage 4, the second climb in stage, is the London Uprising. That's 20.9 kilometres, 357 metres of elevation, and your one power up is the Aero Boost. Stage 5, which we're about to finish, is ZG25 Queen stage. An epic stage is 44.8 kilometres in length, 894 metres of elevation. Your one power up for this one is a featherweight power up. Use that at your discretion. Stage 5 is available 17th of March to the 23rd of March. And if you miss any stages throughout this tour or throughout this Zwift Games, you can make them up on the 24th to the 30th of March. You can make up any missed stages of the Zwift Games. So there you go. That's me. 4 hours and 11 minutes of this stream. Over 4 hours on the bike. All 5 stages of the Zwift Games have been ridden for you. Not really a lot else I can say. In the coming days, I will have a look over this stream and shorten them down into individual stages for the Zwift Games, and post them individually as well. And what I will do later on is put some timestamps on this video so you can skip through each stage on this video, and it'll be easier for you to find the start and finish of each of these stages. So I try and make it as easy as possible for you to see all of the stages where they are, and make use of this video as well for you. So not really a lot else I can say. As you just said, the radio tower is 1.16 kilometres with an average of 12.8%. Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing that, especially not today. To be fair, I don't even know why I'm pedalling now up this bit of a climb, because I've done my setup today. All that's left for me to say is, I know this has been a long streamed video, but there you go. That is all 5 stages of the Zwift Games 2025 ridden in one ride for you. Hope you've enjoyed the content. My boy will check this later on. I'll only show him the end because he hasn't got 4 hours before bedtime to watch it. But if you've liked the video, please thumbs up, like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching the video. I'll see you next time.